I make all my songs live on Twitch. You can check that out in the link down below.
Hi, welcome. How you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for waiting. Oh my god, I'm so late again. I've been terrible this week for being on time. I'm so lucky that you guys are incredibly patient. Let me put the music back on and we can chill for a bit. We're gonna be doing videos today as usual. Fuck off. And we're gonna be You know, that's all of my plans actually. That's every little bit of it. So yeah, looking forward to it. I always love the videos. I burnt my popcorn waiting this long. How dare? Since when do you eat popcorn? Twink. Having a pretty rough week, to be honest. I'm sorry, Ganek. That sucks. I try to remember whenever I'm having a shitty day or a shitty week or just a shitty time in general that all suffering is temporary. So, you know, whatever you've been through in the past is a distant memory and you barely remember having to deal with it now. So, one day, all of this will be a distant memory and you'll have some good times again. So, just bear that in mind while you have to, you know, deal with life stuff. Woo! Did you get a chance to sleep at all? What did I say about sleep last time? Oh, thanks, Cody. I appreciate it. And Mega Man, thanks for the 5 gifties. And Mert, thank you all so much. Sonny and Ant-Man, thank you both for the bits. Really appreciate it, guys. Miles Swan, thank you, thank you. Dot Rich, Zafu, thank you all so, so much for the warm welcome, guys. I appreciate it. Keeping my bunnies in treats. I'm annoyed that I couldn't set up bunny cam today because I've been worried about Anya. She's been lethargic all day. She's just been laying there and just, you know, not really moving much and just staring at space. And I just offered her a treat, which usually perks her up, and she was just like, not that fussed. You know, she took some convincing. And it's like, who is she? Like, she's never taken convincing for treats, so I'm a bit worried about her today. What song is this? The synth is very scratchy. What are we actually listening to? Oh, the wrong playlist. There we go. It was Cradles. The song's called Cradles, by the way, that you were just asking about. Didod! Thank you so much for the 61-month, hun. And mine is Gonzo. Thanks for the tier 3. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you, thank you. And Quaxont. Thanks for the 4 month. Hopefully I said your name right. It sounds like someone who doesn't know French who's trying to speak French. Rainmaker. Oh my god, Rain. Oh my god, Rain. Is that... How many is that? It's still counting up for me. Oh my god. Thank you. Happy fucking Saturday. Yeah, 100 gift subs. Be sure to thank Rain if you just got gifted a sub, by the way. And if you just got gifted a sub, fuck off. You can fuck off. You can join the Discord whether you're subbed or not, but I have a Discord server. I'm not gonna brag, but it's pretty big, it's pretty beefy, right? There's a lot of people in there. And it's incredibly active, but the most active channels are the sub-only ones for some reason. I didn't design it that way. There are completely free to access channels and they are active, but there's a huge core community of people that are very, very active, like 24/7 on my server, in the sub-only channels. So if you just got gifted a sub, go have a look. See if you like it there while you have a free sub, while you have like a chance to go look and play and hang out with all the wholesome people there. You're all wholesome, right, chat? You're all nice people. Never done anything wrong. Never been ban-hammered, nothing like that. Completely. Yeah, exactly. Every single one of us. I knew it. ZWS Link, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it, hun. Whoop. Rice Dickby. Is the music the right level, by the way, guys? Beloved's angel, thank you. Ha! I'm glad you like the environment, sweetheart. Did you know that Anita in Hebrew means gracious? If that's true, then that adds yet another layer of irony to my name. Because I feel like I'm very bad at being both sweet and gracious. I don't know why people ask for a Squirrel Girl cosplay when you could do Black Widow instead with your short hairstyle. I could. I'd rather do Venom. You know? I think we both got that cake going on. Stop stealing my man. Why steal your man when I could just be him, bitch? That said, I've never really looked at the front. I've always been really distracted by the back. Am I gonna have to buy like a packer? That's what they're called, right? How much bulge has he got going on? I love you. I love you. Oh wait, we're on a hype train. Thank you. I didn't even notice that. You absolute legends. Thank you. Woo. You can always use the packing peanuts from your Amazon orders. Uh let's just say Venom's very, very tall. I don't think packing peanuts are quite gonna cut it. I don't think they'd quite replicate what I'm going for. But thanks for the suggestion. I was like, what's the fuck tamest way I could respond to that? Where can we donate to the Venom cosplay fund? All right, chill out. I don't know. I didn't make any. I haven't made a full commitment. All right. Why are you guys being so well behaved? Like, I'm reading through all of this, and it's like, this doesn't sound like you. This doesn't sound like you at all. We are well behaved. No, you're not. No, see what I mean? But yeah, I had an interesting day today. I am very, very tired. Oh my god. All right, we get it. I thought fart jokes were supposed to get old. But yeah, I've been so tired. I haven't been sleeping. But interestingly enough, I realized something really weird about my nightmares. I don't really get nightmares very often because I lucid dream most of the time. I can really obviously tell when I'm dreaming, so I quite often control my dreams. But whenever I try to wake up, whenever I'm like, okay, I really want to wake up now, I quite often turn and just look at a clock. Not always, but it's a really common way that my brain starts waking me up is I turn and look at a clock, and it's always the clock. My grandma used to have a Peter Rabbit clock on the wall, in one of her daughter's rooms, and that like her daughters had moved out and grown up and everything, but the rooms had pretty much stayed the same. So when I was a little kid, I used to go and sleep there, and I would sleep in one of these in one of her like daughter's rooms, and there was always a Peter Rabbit clock on the wall, and the bunny was always eating, like Peter was always eating the carrot funny. Like he doesn't eat it like normal. It's a really, really distinct way to eat it. And like it's etched into my brain. And whenever I used to wake up from nightmares, because I used to have nightmares all the time at my grandma's house, and then I'd wake up and I'd stare at the clock and it would like tick really loudly and be really annoying. But it'd be better to focus on the clock and the cute little bunny than the room full of shadows and scary shit because it's dark. And I would lay there awake, unable to sleep, and just stare at this clock for hours until sunrise. And like it's so funny, but like when I have nightmares, sometimes I'll turn and somewhere just in my dream, it doesn't matter where I'm dreaming. I could be in a desert, I could be in space, I could be in the bottom of the ocean, and there'll still be a clock when I turn away. If I'm like, and I'm like, I want to wake up, I want to wake up, I want to wake up. Like I will turn and the clock will be there and I'll be staring at it as I start to wake. Because that's how much it's etched into my psyche that like waking up and coming to reality and coming to safety when something scary happens means that I get to go back to the clock. This clock is your safety net, safe space. Nah, I don't think it represents safety to me. I think that it probably represents like a portal or a doorway to me, like by association. But I don't think it like makes me feel safe. I don't think it's like my safe space or some shit. I think it's just like my brain associates waking up, and my brain associates like preventing bad things happening in dreams by like it's more like an anchor point to reality. You know, that's the direction. It's like a waypoint back to IRL from my dream. Because it didn't make me feel safe to stare at the clock. I'd still be terrified as a little kid of all the shadows and the dark things and the creaks and the groans of the house. I would just stare at the clock because I didn't want to look around and freak out even more and go, oh, what's that? I can't tell what that shadow is and stuff. So I would just stare at the clock really, really hard. So it wouldn't make me actually feel any safer, but I did associate it with waking up and with seeing it was a sign that I was back in the real world. You know what I mean? Respectively curious, do your tics affect you in your sleep and in your dreams? No, I get asked that question a lot. Well, yes and no. So if I am myself, I tic, and I'll quite often get in trouble for having tics in my dreams. And I'll have to explain myself and that I have Tourette's to people in my dreams. But if I'm not myself, then I don't seem to tic, or at least I don't seem to notice myself having a tic. But like my inner thoughts still have tics, even if I don't have like a verbal tic or something. So so in reality, like not in a dream, I have thought tics, and that inner monologue of my brain still has thought tics, even if I don't say them and things like this. So like my inner monologue will tick regardless, and sometimes I am not myself. Sometimes I'm looking at the world through the eyes of somebody I'm not. So like I'll be inside the head of like a 15-year-old boy in Texas or some shit. Or I'll be like some little girl from 1800s China or something, you know? I'll be like a moth or something. And in those circumstances, I won't have physical or verbal tics, but my inner monologue will still have tics as I'm thinking and observing. But other times, I'm neither myself internally or externally in my dream. And in those circumstances, I don't remember ever having tics. Like, it's almost like another life or a memory or someone else's memory, something like that. And so it's like almost like I'm inside their head and I'm watching and I'm remembering all their thoughts. I'm experiencing it as if I'm them. And in those circumstances, I don't notice any tics. I don't know if I am having them and my brain's just ignoring them, because it's very, very easy to just like not notice tics when they're your background noise all the time. Like sometimes I'll have like a really obvious tic and I won't even notice, and everyone will stop what they're doing and look at me, and I'll wonder why, because I didn't even notice it was happening. Because I obviously have these tics when I'm at home alone, and like this means that it becomes background noise. You're so used to hearing mindless chatter, you know, so it could be the most inappropriate thing ever. And it could be like a really wild thing to say, like really out of pocket. But like, if you are just like, yeah, background noise, you don't even notice it anymore. Like if you have a cough, you're not going to notice every single cough. Like it almost becomes unconscious. It's not unconscious. Like the sound is there, but you just don't really take it in. So I don't know if the mental tics go away in the dreams where I'm not myself, or if I just stop noticing them because I'm focusing on everything else. So I do have tics when I am myself, in my dreams. But I can't see my own face in my dreams. And weirdly, when I think about it now, I'm like, it's weird that I can't look in the mirror and see my own face. I'll either see someone else's face, or I'll be someone else and not realize it till I look in the mirror, or I'll try to look in the mirror and my face is all distorted and weird. But when I try to imagine my own face, I also can't imagine my own face. Like just even when I'm not dreaming, if I try to close my eyes and think, what do I look like? I don't know, and I can't remember. But like it's weird because I can remember and visualize other people's faces, but I can't visualize my own. And I haven't realized that that was a problem till now. I could draw a picture. If someone said, like, if I was a witness to a crime or something, I could draw a picture of the guy that I saw. But, like, I would have a lot of trouble trying to describe myself with a pen and paper. I'd have a trouble, like, trying to draw myself for somebody. Which is really fucking weird, because I probably looked at my face more than any other face on the planet. But I just can't, my brain will not store it or remember it. Like, I have concepts of a face, but I don't have like a fixed actual idea of what my face looks like. It's so fucking odd. But yeah, we can totally run the donos. Go ahead.
Only you have the body fi keep me calm, nah buds take off your dress fi keep it on Movado, all night, Spotify.
What? What?
Every time he puts on his headphones his voice sounds amazing. Thanks for the good memories my love, wish you the best, folded hands.
Thanks. Are you okay, retired Pisces? Are these sober donos? I don't know if they're sober donos.
Venom Cosplay Fund.
You can't just bribe me into it, Mert. What the fuck? Lick your teeth.
You know, I kept repeating your phrase, ever get that feeling of deja vu, and I had a weird experience whilst listening to Pray You Catch Me Beyonce, Spotify, in hope for both our sakes it doesn't manifest. I don't like this while manifest stuff, folded hands.
That's right, manifesting is bullshit anyway. Otherwise, we'd all be millionaires. We'd all win the lottery whenever we wanted it to. You just have to want it enough and imagine it enough, right? It's fine. You're fine. It's all good. Have you ever had a non-human and non-animal form in your dreams? I don't know. I don't remember every single one of my dreams, which is weird because like when I try to recall them when I'm conscious, I don't remember much of them and they very quickly disappear. But some part of me must store them to great detail, to a huge degree, because I will quite often come back to dreams that I haven't dreamt in years. Like I will start on like a whole thing where I'm going somewhere, I'm doing something, I'm helping someone, I'm building something, I'm looking for someone, something like that, right? So there'll be this whole fucking, it'll be like a fucking feature movie, so long, so many plot twists and shit. But I will wake up from it and then forget about it for years. And then 7, 8, 9, 10 years later, come back to it as if I'd only just stepped away for a second. Like, and I quite often hop between multiple dreams, and quite often they are either completely new or really, really old or anywhere in between. So my brain must be storing all this data, which is crazy because, like, 8 hours a night of dream is a lot of fucking data. Like so much data. And it's there. It's there in my dreams when I sleep, which is also weird because not only can I not remember when I'm awake, but I can't remember jack shit when I'm awake. My record button is faulty as fuck. I've been suffering with severe memory loss, of like short-term memory loss, for the past like decade or so. It's so bad. I've been reporting it to the doctor for ages because it's like scarily bad, right? And like it's so weird because my long-term memories are really, really good. Like I could tell you my grandma's house. I haven't been there in years because she sold that house and she moved to another country and she spent the rest of her life in a different country. But my mom's childhood home, um like I was only in that house when I was a little girl. I remember so many details. I could draw the carpet for you. I could draw the pattern on the sofas. I could tell you where my grandma placed loads of pictures of family and things around the house. I can tell you which boxes of toys she stored where under the cupboard. I could tell you what it smelled like in her house and how it smelled different after she hoovered for some reason. And how, like, I can remember that there was a brown, thick dog bed underneath the table, the dining room table, hidden under a cloth. And it's weird because the dog bed seemed to be made of the same stuff as like the plastic Tupperwares that she would have in her kitchen for storing food and leftovers. And they were those Tupperwares were brown and thick because like they'd been from like the 70s. They were different from the kind of Tupperware we have today. And like I can remember so much of our house and so much of my childhood. I can remember things that I shouldn't be able to remember from when I was like 2 and 3, like really vividly. But I can't remember what happened today. Like I can't remember. If you ask for an in detail, step by step of what I did today, no clue. I can barely remember anything day to day. It's like my record button is fucked. Like when I used to be able to press the record button in my brain and actually remember stuff, like I could store it really well. But nowadays, I can't tell my brain to store it. It's not that I store it for a short time and forget it. It's that it never gets stored in the first place. How do you know if you were wrong though, or misremembering? Well, I guess you don't, but in my case, I kind of do because I can talk about it with my family. Like, I can talk to my mom about like what I remember about my grandma's house, and I've never really been wrong. Like, I'm very, very confident in these memories. Quite often, if you are wrong about a memory, you know you've misremembered it, or you kind of like you have a vague sense of what it's supposed to look like, but you're like, not sure about that detail. No, I'm very, very fucking sure. I'm very sure about a lot of things about my grandma's house, and I know I haven't misremembered them. Like, I remember a lot of things about where I lived, and where all of the different houses I've lived in, and all of the different places that I used to play as a child, all of the fucking parks and shit. I very vividly remember it all. That's a cool memory to to have. It's kind of useless though. Now that I'm a grown up, it's not really like important to remember these things. Chris, thank you so much for the bits. And Wheezy, thanks for the gift subs. And Peaks, thanks so much for the 10 gifties. I appreciate it. It's still weird that you stop, mods. I'm supposed to pay you. Like, you need to understand. Like, you don't need to pay to be here. You're already doing so much. We're good. We're good. But yeah, like I remember a lot of stuff about my childhood and it's weird, useless information. But I do know that my sense of smell and my sense of taste has changed ever since I was a little kid because the way things look is different now. And yeah, like there are smells that I notice way less now that I'm an adult. They're still there, but they're nowhere near as strong. When you're a tiny little human and you're close to the ground as well, you smell a lot of things that are like you smell a lot of things more vividly as well. But yeah, in my adulthood, I've forgotten so much. I barely remember anything, and it's really, really challenging in so many ways. Like, I was looking at my medical records, and I recently went to get my allergies tested to see if I had any allergies to anything because I have weird reactions to food. And the allergist was like, maybe we should test whether you're allergic to gluten. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm allergic to gluten. I don't think I've ever tested it. Apparently I've been tested for gluten like 2 or 3 times. I've gone to the doctor about certain symptoms and I thought I'd been having these symptoms for 2 or 3 years. Turns out there are like blood tests and reports of these symptoms 10 years ago. So like I have an issue with getting help where I try and try again and I reinvestigate stuff that hasn't had any answers, but I don't remember what we've done already. It's really bad. And then like people will say, "Hey, it's good to see you. We went and did this thing. You know, we went and did this thing the other week or last year. Well, I went and did it again with another friend, and they loved it. I'm so glad we went." And I'm like, "We did what now? Where? What the fuck?" And they'll like show me pictures of a place I don't recognize at all. I'll be like, I had no clue I'd ever been here. That's cool, I guess. What the fuck? So yeah, like it's cool that I get to deeply remember my childhood. I really wish I could deeply remember my adulthood because like a lot of cool stuff, a lot less bad things have happened now that I'm a grown up and a lot more cool. Like there are so many awesome memories that are just gone. Like my friends know more about my life than I do. They know where I've been. They know the things that I like to eat and stuff like this. I can't remember for jack shit. Like there are people who ask me like, "So what kinds of things do you eat?" And I'm like, I don't know. Oh fuck. Like I can't remember. I can't remember what I ate today. Wow. What do I even eat? What the fuck? Nah, the doctors haven't been of any help, but women don't get healthcare. Like, if you're a woman, good luck getting diagnosed with anything. The aggro, thanks so much for the sub. It takes on average like 10 to 20 years to get diagnosed with anything if you're a woman, pretty much. Like, it's not just like women specific things. It's also just anything, even if it could affect a man. If you're a woman and you're experiencing it, it will take twice, 2, 3 times as long to get diagnosed, or there'll be an average of 10 to 20 years to get diagnosed. Now, keep trying to tell you, lose some weight, it's probably your period. You could be suicidal. You could have depression. You could have tingly numbness in your extremities. You could have like bloodshot eyes, and you could be having seizures and some shit, and they'll be like, "Oh, it's probably in your head." Like it's really fucking bad. It's so bad. I'm not even exaggerating. Do you rewatch your YouTube channel? No, never. I don't really like watching footage of myself, which means I do a really funny job, don't I? For someone who doesn't like watching footage of myself. I don't even like taking pictures of myself, honestly. But yeah, why would I do that? And I feel like a lot of people don't like the sound of their own voice. They get it to some degree. Like, I feel like I know plenty of people who are like, is that what I sound like? No, because like when you listen to your voice inside your head, it sounds a little bit lower. So it sounds much more high pitched to a lot of people. People don't like listening to their own voicemail and shit, like recordings of themselves. It's a really, really common phenomena. So if you ever felt uncomfortable listening to yourself, you may understand a little bit of what I feel. But like I can trigger myself with tics. Like if you hear someone tick, you're very likely to tick yourself. So with that in mind, it's exhausting to watch my own footage. I don't watch my channel. I don't even remember any of the videos that are up on it, to be quite honest with you. But it's a huge hindrance because I'd love to make more YouTube content and I do get video ideas, but I fucking hate making videos. So it's really, really hard to get videos uploaded because I would have to watch the footage back, and that's a huge, huge obstacle. Smell. How are the rabbits doing? They're okay. Pete got too cold today, which was really, really weird because I take him for runs in the back garden, and he just froze and started shivering today. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know what happened to him. So he was only out for like a few minutes, and then I had to bring him back in. I was like, "Oh, are you okay? What the fuck happened?" So he's not feeling himself either. Something might be just up with my bunnies, you know. It's not that cold today, right? Yeah, no, I don't think it, like, he's been out and been happy in colder weather. So it would be weird for him to be cold and for him to shiver because he's cold when it's warmer now than, like, the last few times I took him out. And he was, like, herring around and going, woo, and being a little fucking... He's so annoying sometimes. He knows where he's not supposed to go, and he wants to go there more than everywhere else. I don't know what it is about rabbits and petulance, but if you try to stop them from doing something, they'll compulsively do it over and over again, just because you said no. Thanks, Boogeyman. You're an absolute legend. Ah! Maybe you can sense what's happening with Anya. He hates Anya. So if Anya was sick or upset, he'd probably be happy about it. Like, he's actively tried to kill Anya. Why would he... Like, he has literally ripped her throat open. Like, why would he feel shaken or upset if he could detect that she was unwell? Yeah, he is a bit of a dick to other bunnies. He likes me, though. Ooh! Do you like London, Anita? Not really. I think it's a bit crap, to be honest with you. I'd say, like, a lot of people, when they come to the UK, they go to visit London. And I'm like, why? Why would you pick London? It's, like, the dirtiest, like, most boring place. And all it is a bunch of buildings, right? And you can see a bunch of buildings tightly packed together that are very tall anywhere. London isn't even the best place to see buildings, right? So it's not that interesting. And I think a lot of what makes the UK and what makes it special is either out in the countryside or on the coast. I don't really think it's in the major cities. The major cities are kind of dystopian. Like, if you go on Google Maps and you drop yourself in most areas of large cities like Manchester, Nottingham, London, like Bristol, these sorts of places, they usually have loads of boarded up shops, loads of dilapidated, crusty looking houses that are falling the fuck apart, really broken like roads, and it looks like the set from like 28 Days Later or something. It looks like, I don't know, a few years after the apocalypse. Not enough for things to start really breaking down. Not Last of Us far. Not like 30 years in or something. Just like the first 3 or 4 years. Yeah, it's so bad. We've gotten so fucking poor. Like, the UK is like desperately poor and run down and just dystopian, and has been for a while now. It's gross. And like, when I tried to imagine like people coming from really cool places to visit here for tourism, I kind of feel bad for them because it's so expensive, and then you get fuck all. Like, it's not like London is like bleh, bleh. Like, why even the fuck would you? How many billionaires there? I haven't personally counted them, Distorted. I wish I could answer, but I have no fucking clue. There are not many billionaires in the whole world. I think there are too many. I don't think billionaires should exist. I think it should be illegal for billionaires to exist. Like, we always talk about minimum wage. There should absolutely be a maximum wage. Holy shit. Ooh! Ah. I think taxation should work. I don't know. I feel like there should just be a law that if you run a company that you can't raise your own, you can only raise your self pay to a maximum each year, and there are tiers to it, and you can only raise it to the next tier if you've raised the wages of all of your employees below you beforehand. Like, so you have to raise the wage of like all of the people who work at the cash checkout and stuff like that, the supermarket you own, before you could ever raise the manager's money. And if you've raised the manager's money, then maybe you can like raise the regional manager's pay. And if you've paid them more, then maybe you could pay yourself a little bit more. You know what I mean? But like, until you've done that and proven that to the government, you can't pay yourself more than a specific amount. So like, you have to like profit share. Because I think like taxation alone doesn't seem to be doing jack shit about the issue. It's a start, but it's clearly not effective enough. And people just make tax havens and shit. People just dodge the tax. And there's so many ways to do it. Like, it's ridiculous. But then small businesses wouldn't be able to compete, no? I don't feel like success should be limited. Well, the thing is, if you're a small business, you would have like a lower bracket that you could pay yourself. Like, if you're a small business and you're paying yourself like $35,000 a year to run your own business, and like you had an employee, there'd be like a minimum wage you could pay the employee. If you wanted to pay yourself $65,000 a year, you would have to be able to increase everyone who works under you's wage first. So if your business grows, your income cannot grow until everybody has benefited from your business growing, because you didn't grow your business by yourself. Everyone who works for you grew it too. So like that way it would be much harder to become a billionaire, because you couldn't hoard the wealth. You couldn't drain money off the backs of other people anymore. You have to benefit others is the thinking. I feel like if when it comes to small businesses, if you can't afford workers, if you have to pay for cheap labor, you don't deserve a business. Okay? You don't deserve a business if other people have to live in poverty for you to have a fucking business. Like, I feel like that's really obvious. And I feel like it should be a point of shame. If you have a big business and there's anyone working for minimum wage when you could be paying them more, like when your company is making a fuck ton of money, if you have anyone working on minimum wage, that should be a point of embarrassment and shame, like cancelable, like disgusting. We have a really weird culture around money where like people worship you for hoarding money that you will never even get around to spending in your entire lifetime. But if you ruin lives to get there, everyone still seems to like you. And I think that needs to fucking change. We need to stop idolizing profit for profit's sake. It's not the coolest thing about a person. Yeah, it's a pyramid scheme and it's fucked. Money is the devil materialized. No, money is just a mirror. Money can't be good or bad. It just reflects you. Like people who get really, really rich and then they cheat on their partners and they go to strip clubs and they buy a bunch of drugs and they blow it all on really shitty things that don't really bring them happiness. That's just a reflection of who they'd be if there wasn't any consequences. If you make someone rich, you find out who they really are because you take away a lot of the consequences and obstacles to being yourself. So like quite a lot of people become assholes when they're rich, not because money makes you bad, but because if you don't have to be nice to people to get them to do what you want, you can be exactly who you are. So if people are going to suck up to you because you have money and power, you don't have to be nice to them anymore. You can be rude. You can be a pig. You can be obnoxious and inconsiderate. And that's quite often what happens to people who are overindulged for years and years and years. Having a high social status lets people relax, lets people be able to show who they are deep down. So not everybody gets fucked up by wealth. You know, there are plenty of wealthy people who spend the money being kind and invest in shit and do, you know, they give it to animal sanctuaries and shit. But yeah, money, that's because money's a mirror. It doesn't really corrupt you. It just reveals you. And lots of other things are mirrors too. Like money can't be good or bad. Money doesn't have it against you. Money isn't conscious. It's not a real thing. It's just a concept. But like, it helps take away consequences. You are who you are when there are no rules. Like, if you're put in a room alone with a dog and a baseball bat and you beat the dog to death because no one will ever know, that's who you are. If you go into that room and you don't even want the baseball bat, you have no use for the baseball bat, and you sit there and pet the dog, that's who you fucking are. You are who you are when there's no consequences. That's the true reflection of you. You're not your words. You're not your thoughts. You're entirely your fucking actions. In every way. Is it the money or is it the position you're in? No, it's kind of neither. It's just the lack of consequences. When you're free to be yourself, you will show exactly who you are. But lots of things are mirrors. Like religion is a mirror. Like religion can be good or bad. Some people use their faith to work and volunteer at homeless shelters and shit and cook things for the homeless, or, you know, to volunteer to give to charities, to be kind to their neighbor, and other people use it to persecute people and burn them to death. Like, religion isn't good or bad, it's just a mirror. You'll find an excuse to be exactly who the fuck you are. You'll find an excuse to reflect everything about you. Holy books contain violence and kindness, and you fixate on the bits that resonate with you the most. Religion doesn't bring you morality, it just shows who you are. And it's a mirror, just like money. Money and religion and the internet's a mirror. Like, your algorithm reflects you, doesn't it? It reflects what gets the most of your energy and time and focus. It reflects you. Your algorithm, the internet isn't good or bad. It will just reflect you. Some people will learn how to build their own house or renovate their kitchen or how to take care of a specific type of exotic pet. And other fucking people will go and look up pedo porn on the same fucking device. Like, the internet is a mirror. It just fucking reflects you. I don't think that these things are good or bad. I don't think they can be. Medicine. Some people will use medicine to save a life, to, reduce their pain, to cure an illness, to reduce an infection. And other people will use that same fucking medicine to get high, to spike someone and do terrible things to them at clubs. There are good uses and bad uses for exactly the same piece of medicine. So the medicine isn't good or bad. It's just your relationship with it that can be good or bad. It's a mirror. It reflects you. So I kind of feel like, yeah, I don't think that money is the source of all evil, because there are plenty of animals that are capable of empathy and can be kind, but choose to do fucked up shit on an individual level. I think animals are capable of evil. I don't really believe in evil, but I think they can be malicious. I think they are capable of intentionally malicious behavior, that they're conscious beings who can know the difference between good or bad and decide, I don't have to cause harm, but I'd like to. Fuck it. And because there are animals who make moral choices and immoral choices, and it varies depending on the individual. Like, you can get different cats and they'll behave differently in the same circumstance, And I feel like this means that money doesn't make humans evil. Money doesn't make humans bad. It doesn't make them malicious, because animals can behave maliciously and they've never had money. Animals have never had war, though. Oh, they absolutely have. You think we invented war? You know nothing about animals then. So war evolved before us. Examples, chimps. Not all chimp groups are bad. Not all of them are aggressive or terrible. But some chimp groups, some have their own culture where they're more aggressive than other chimp groups. And those ones can enact terrorism and acts of war. So they will, with their tribe, they will single out and kill horrifically other monkeys, either of their own species or another species. And they'll do it by, absolutely torturous means, ripping off their genitals and things like this to intimidate their enemy. They will eat monkeys alive from the ass end up in the most horrific way possible in front of their families, while their families look on helplessly at a distance, knowing that it's to inflict terror and to say, this land is now ours, this area, these fruit trees are now our fruit trees, if you touch them, we'll hurt you, you'll die like this. And they will mark out territory and war over it. They will maliciously assassinate other chimpanzees or other monkeys, and they will do it with with intent to say, this is our world now, this is our area now, these are our things now, you have to respect us. That is essentially territory. Fighting over territory is basically war. And that has existed long before there were ever even humans. Humans did not invent war. War is not a unique thing to humans. Culture isn't a unique thing to humans. Many animals, like starlings, have different dialects and different languages depending on where in the UK they come from. So same bird, same country, but northern starlings have different words for the same things than southern starlings. Animals have different burial rites and different behaviors that they find polite or impolite, depending on where they come from. So, yeah, a lot of the stuff that we think humans invented, you'd have to be dumb to think we invented them. You'd have to just intentionally never look up whether or not an animal has done this thing to think that humans invented it, which is weird. Like, why assume that? Why assume that only humans do it? It's such a bizarre conclusion. Like, I've always wondered why, if you don't know anything about animals, you just automatically assume that they don't do anything. Like, why is that the default? When you don't know anything, why is that the default? Wouldn't it make more sense to assume that they might have a lot of similarities to us unless proven otherwise? Because they behave so similarly to us. Like, why did we do it the other way around? Why did we assume that they have nothing like us? Why did we assume that we just invented everything we think and feel and do, like, without them? Because for some people, humans aren't animals. But that's like actually factually wrong. You are absolutely an animal. There is no denying that you're an animal. And like, we could go into the depth of it, but I could just point to your ass. The fact that you're an animal is wedged in your ass. It is in your ass right now. You can feel the base of your butt crack and feel your tail bone. Your tail bone. A tiny little vestige of a tail that doesn't exist anymore, that is so small it doesn't even poke out of your ass anymore. Right wedged up your ass is a tailbone. You inherited that from the animals who lived and died before you were ever a twinkle in a fucking monkey's eye. You know, that tailbone is proof that you are an animal, that you inherited your capacity for love and anger and jealousy and fear and excitement and wonder. You inherited all of them from an animal. An animal gave you those things. An animal who survived absolutely devastating circumstances and against all odds gave birth and fed you, like fed your ancestors. Like survived comets and droughts and floods and ice ages and just the most ridiculous shit ever. Survived all of that so that you could exist. You know, there are probably a handful of fucking naked mole rats or some shit. There's some probably ancient, before monkeys, like tiny little rat mammal, you know. There's probably a handful of them that are responsible for all of us right now. You know, we could probably, if we traced it back to the DNA, if we could, we'd probably find that there's like a half rat thing that, you know, is almost a monkey, but not quite. That like is the main reason that most of us fucking exist. It's so crazy to think. So fucking crazy. And everything they sung about, everything they thought about, everything that they loved, everything that they feared, you know, all the crazy shit they had to go through. They had their own epic stories. And believe me, like, animals' stories are just incredible. They're like the fantasies we had. They're like fucking Dungeons and Dragons fantasies, right? Like these tiny little animals that have enormous predators having to face crocodiles and shit. Like, and if you go far back enough, even bigger reptiles than that have previously gone extinct. You know, the world of the mammoths, the world of like giant fucking birds that were bigger than ostriches. You know, we had so many cool animals on this planet throughout history and terrifying ones. You know, we had centipedes that were the size of like fucking, I don't even know what to describe, like longer than me and wide as fuck, that were predatory, you know, terrifying predatory, could probably eat you centipedes. You know, we that was the world that some of our great ancestors, you know, lived in. Not the human ones, not even the monkey ones. The ones before them had to survive some crazy shit. And even like just the life of a leopard or some shit is insane. Like, you look at it and you're like, oh my god. Like, it's such a wild story. Like, even just watching a hamster survive is crazy. Just watching them, like, dodge being eaten alive by giant birds and, like, howling to the moon to find a partner and, you know, having to choose between, like, trying to raise your kids or eating them alive because it's just not viable to raise them. Like the shit they go through is crazy. And like to think that every human we're related to. Like, you have ancestors who just went through the wildest shit, and you don't even know. Go back 10,000 years, you have no idea what your ancestor 10,000 years was doing. But they loved someone, they hated people, they had enemies, they had to survive. They dealt with the craziest shit ever, with no hospitals, with no police, no safety, just the craziest situations you could ever think of. Oh damn, I didn't know they eat their own kids. What, hamsters? They really famously eat their own kids. It's one of those things, there's one of those really dark things that a lot of children discover, is that if a hamster is stressed, they will do the latest term abortion ever. They will like literally eat, like give birth to them and then just pick them up and eat them like a cookie. Fresh out the oven, oh my god. I knew they would eat their own kind, but not their own children. Oh, I love when I give someone a horrific dark fact. So yeah, hamsters, when they're stressed, they can't take care of their babies in every circumstance. But like, it costs a lot of physical resources to give birth. It costs a lot of physical resources to produce children. And resources are rare in the desert where the hams live. So they recycle the wasted resources. If they're like sat in a burrow and there's a predator outside their burrow, and they're like, there is no way I can keep coming back. They found my burrow. Like, if I go and look for food and water, every time I try to come back, I'm probably going to die. Unless this predator digs me out of here and eats my babies before then. There is no way this is going to work out well. I'm just going to eat them all and kill them all now because they're going to die anyway. I can't take care of them, and just find another exit point and go start again life somewhere else. Like, that's the kind of choices they have to make. Like, if you can't take care of your kids, if you're going to have to abandon them or whatever, or they're a liability and they're going to get you killed in this circumstance, there's no point wasting all of the water and nutrients you put into making them. You kind of need that back. You're not going to find it again easily in the desert. So yeah, they do live terrifying, horrific lives, and that is a horrifying choice to make, especially because they can be really doting, loving parents who are really happy to care for their babies and really care about them. So like, they make this choice. They make that hard fucking choice when they know it's just not livable, when this is not a circumstance where they could raise a child, where the child is definitely going to die here. So if you scare or are invasive towards a hamster that you own, they'll turn around and eat their own babies. They will just eat them horribly and slowly, and it's awful. That's still crazy. Yeah, but like, for a lot of other animals, they just naturally reabsorb the fetus in dark circumstances. So like, a lot of stressed animals will either miscarry or will reabsorb the fetus. Just the body just goes nom 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 nom. Never mind. We can't have babies in this circumstance. It's too risky. And that's before it was even born. Oh, it's 2 o'clock. Okay, thanks for reminding me. Weirdly, I do have an alarm. It just didn't go off for some reason. Well, you guys can't watch Treats O'Clock, so you're just gonna have to wait for me. But when I come back, we can watch videos if you like, now that I've told you horrific things. Now that you've sat there and stared into the void and been like, oh fuck, really? The hamster's doing what now? Like, now that I've disturbed you just a little bit. Exactly. But yeah, you can just admire my lovely chair, because I don't have the bunny cam today. So enjoy the view. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Thank you. I got drinks. I'm so ready to go. I'm so ready for these videos. Woo. I love you. I love you. Goodbye. Why do you like dick?
This is a 100% normal message.
Uh-huh. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Excuse me. Oh my god, the bag is winning. Oh. Oh. It's molten hot cheese. Reasonable reaction, I guess. What the what? What? Wow, he's been snacking. He's gonna do like neon yellow poops for so long. That's gonna be fucking awful. Clearly he eats skirting boards as well. Did you see that? Look at that. Oh my god. That door is fucked. I saw that for like half a second. And I was like, oh, no, that dog eats everything. Holy fuck. This seems like a bad idea. Thankfully, it's just a, like, dummy. I'm pretty sure that's not a real human. Oh, wow. I'm so impressed at how it stayed on. Oh. Oh, I hope he's okay. Oh. Oh, nope. The head's gone. I don't understand what just happened. What happened? What? What? Why is he freaking out? What did I miss? Can someone explain this to me? He didn't defuse the bomb. The enemy was defusing the bomb. Wait. Right in front of him. Didn't defuse the bomb. Oh, okay. So you just watched it happen? Seems like something I would do. I now understand why British people are not allowed to have pinatas. I completely get it. We're way too two-head for so much responsibility. Oh, wow. You can actively tell that this has not always worked. Look, he's half wet. I get the distinct impression that he had to give this a few goes before it actually worked out that well. Oh my god, I was talking about this. This is actually real. This is a real thing. Everyone said that I would hit the wall in my 30s, but no, you just get chased around by men in their 20s. They're like, where are you going? Where are you going? Come back! Karma. But like, can you imagine in like 2060 when clean water is incredibly scarce, people watching this shit and going, you had so much water you could just pour it to slap it? Like, you had slapping water, you know? This reminds me of the Sonic the Hedgehog scene. Do any of you understand what's going on there? Who thought that Nigel Farage was gonna appreciate other cultures? Like, who set that up? Because I swear they were just doing it to spite him. He doesn't look bored, he looks awkward as fuck. He looks really awkward. He looks like me when someone rolls out some custom-made poetry they've written just for me. And I'm like, oh, yay. I've never heard it out of context before. That's amazing. What the fuck? Oh, I just saw the caption. That's it? That's the whole conversation? Oh. Look at his hand. I don't think this is the first time this has happened. That is the signature cat scratch. You know someone has a cat when they have that kind of scratch. I was looking at it like, that's a big-ass fucking cat. And then this happens, I'm like, yep, that is a big-ass fucking cat. Oh, that yank! That is brutal! What a champ. Oh, you look so sheepish about it. That's so sad. I bet it hit really hard. I bet it's just broken. That is so beautiful. I could never drink a good-looking coffee because then it's ruined. Like, oh, is it a birthday cake? That's insane. Wow. That's a fucking skill and a half. This is gonna be a milky ass cup of fucking coffee though. Look at it. It's filling up over the brim. There's no more room. Stop. Stop. Oh my god, that's so precise. How is someone supposed to take this off you? The minute I grab that, it's gonna spill everywhere. Oh my god. See, that's how I wish like elections really went. Why can't we just have them tough it out? Like, wouldn't you have loved like seeing Trump and Biden do this for the presidency? Wouldn't that be amazing? Wow. I love that. It's like she passed the QuickTime event, but like it matches up with the music so well. Perfectly. Oh, Wiggers. She what? She just changed. She just carried. Did she just try to carry on like that didn't happen? I didn't even read the caption. That's mortifying. Yes. amazing! Holy shit! Wait, what does it say? Oh my god. I was not expecting a grown-ass man. He's okay. He has water and treats. I'm at the casino, but I'll be back soon. That's great. Isn't that what trumpeting does to you? Like, isn't that like a trumpeting thing? Aren't there like people who get this from like playing the trumpet so hard that the air pressure starts to separate the skin from an area where it doesn't normally separate? Yeah, it's like a whenever you have to do that, like you risk getting this. I know because I don't know why I know. I know because of a reason. I used to play the didgeridoo. What the fuck? How do we prove that that was real, that that worked? That's disgusting. Why did she have to do it? I'm not gonna lie, she's wearing the best outfit for this situation because she can just take off her hoodie and tie it around her ass, or she could just pull her hoodie down. Like this hoodie looks long enough. This is like a non-issue. Yeah, that's got room. That could fit over there. Absolutely, she's gonna be fine. Oh. Oh. Like, if you told me that was a real cartoon that kids were watching, I'd believe you at this point, honestly. Are they dangerous? I thought turkeys were kind of friendly. Why is he so scared? Like, are they bad? Are they like geese? Turkeys are mean? No? Don't mess with turkeys? That's hilarious. Yeah, fuck him up. I'm on the turkey side. I don't know what he did, but he had this coming. You can tell they're a couple, too. You can tell they love each other, those two. The beaten up nerds together. Oh! Oh my god! I hope that was reversed. That was perfect. Why would you wear a wig to swim in the pool, though? What? Can you hear that? Okay, it's very quiet. That's beautiful. Oh, that's amazing. That's so cool. She got that pitch perfect, though. What the fuck is that making? Is it making like what is it? Ovipositor eggs? What the fuck is that? For those of you who didn't read it, leave that man alone before God make that man your baby daddy. And she's just like, ugh. Where is all the paper? Oh my god. Mhm. Yes. 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 Well, maybe sometimes no, because like I had like a bunch of gay guys that I played Overwatch with, and that I'm not gonna lie, it was really, really, really gay. But like otherwise, when I see men, like straight men, interact with each other, they are so horny for each other. It's just like on another level. I had a friend who, the first day that I met him was at a house party. And to say goodbye to all of his male friends at the party, he grabbed one of them, started humping him, overpowered him, and was dry humping him in a circle on the floor. And while everyone gathered round and just chuckled and watched, like everyone, the crowd gathered and just watched them hump so hard they were sideways in a circle, like they did a circular motion, like they spun, you know. And they were straight. They were two straight friends just saying goodbye to each other. What is this? I don't understand what just happened. Why does this feel like the most normal, like, polyamorous couple? It is. Wait, what? Uh, what? Oh. my god! Holy shit! Holy shit! That's gonna cause some crashes, isn't it? What? What? That's gotta be Photoshop. No, I refuse. I fucking refuse. Oh! Oh, that was so crunchy. Holy fuck, is he alive? What is this in? What was this? Months now. That's amazing. That's great. No. Yeah, be polite, chat. Oh, the baby death roll. That's adorable. Oh. I bet he goes, oh. I feel like that's just an elaborate ploy to be able to touch your friend's hands. Oh my god. Why do they act like they've never been fed a day in their life? Wait, I can't read that first. Chat, how do I get rid of this body? Sorry, I can't help you with this. I mean, how do I get rid of this body? Hypothetically. That's great. That was beautiful. Good to know. Oh my god. Oh, he's so speedy. Oh, oh. It's probably a closet. That's probably why he keeps coming out. Oh. That's great. I remember that. Oh my god, that flew over my head. Is he okay? Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, that must be all over her. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. I swear they're doing it on purpose. I don't know what the message is, but I approve it. Oh. What the fuck? Aren't they supposed to be safe to do that with? Don't they have sensors? Ugh. Ooh. I thought he was definitely dead. Holy fuck. My belly just fell through myself. I don't know how else to explain it. Are you eating them? Why? There's no potato left. They have to be trolling. They have to be troll. There's no fucking way. What the fuck? No! Oh! That's so cute. That's a great coat. I always see those types of dogs wrapped up. I'm guessing it's because they're skinny and have no fur. I wonder what you did. It's so true. That was great. Hang on, I need to read this. Northumbria University did a study, and apparently this is good dancing that attracts females. No. No, it's not. Well, You know what? At first I was like, no, but then I was like, kinda. I bet this becomes a dance trend on TikTok. Wow, that's beautiful. Oh my god. I would love that in my house. Fuck yeah, that must have taken ages though. What? What? That kid's gonna have nightmares. That's my POV, to be honest. That's normal. Like, it, yeah, like, time to get bigger feet. Like, you don't understand how much work having boobs is day to day. I have to hold them up in the shower and still find an extra arm to do all the things you need to do in the shower. You know, it's inconvenient. Thanks, Quirky. It looks like they got a shaver and they traced a loaf of toast, like a slice of toast. Like, it looks like a slice of toast. You can see it's like toast shaped. Sit here if you think your body will miss you if you disappear. Hey, thanks, guy. That is genius. Absolutely genius. Attending your first adoption fair with your 4 babies versus attending all the weeks solo now that they're all adopted. Oh. Oh. With the chopped ears and everything. Oh. If I worked at an adoption facility, I'd be chasing people like, excuse me, you forgot one? It would appear you adopted a baby without their mommy. I think you forgot this. Yeah. Like, this is why all breeders are bad, chat. Like, you cannot care about someone and sell all of their kids. You just can't. Hmm. That's amazing. That transition was great. Wow. That's great. I love you. How old was he? Holy shit! No hesitation. That better be a bit. Problem is, like, people these days, he could be 20, he could be 13. I don't know. I'm not good at judging ages, but I feel like I feel like this guy should still be on a watch list regardless. The disrespect of it. What a show off. Oh, that was smooth as fuck. Holy shit. Wow. That spin. Holy shit. What? What happened? Oh my god. What do I didn't even see what happened there. I'm so confused. I haven't seen anyone do one of these in ages. These videos used to be all over the internet when I was like 16. Yeah, I've never actually seen a POV. Wow. They have to be so organized not to collide with each other. I bet that would fucking hurt in this thing. I wonder if you get head rush. Yeah, you can hear that they're getting head rush. Wow. This is synchronized. Yeah, they're all pink in the face. It does. It gives you a head rush. Oh. Oh my god. This is kind of cute though, but I do wonder if he was like after like a life-saving medication, like if he needed his like diabetes medication or something, this would be tragic. But like, it's kind of cute though. They're like, no, no, don't do the drugs. Don't do the drugs. Ugh. No. Why? I'd be so proud. Wow. That was a good catch. She has good reactions. Wow. What? Oh my god. He does make a compelling argument. I love the people who came with like PowerPoint presentations. It's a condom? Amazing. Wow. I'm still reeling from that dating thing. It's such a good idea and it's so entertaining, but at the same time, I dread to think how my friends would fucking pitch me. No! I'm so scared. Like, I dread it. I genuinely dread it. Like, I kind of low-key want it, but I also know that I would be mortified. I would die inside. Lol, yes. No, you don't understand. My friends, they know me. They, like, know me. Oh my god, that's terrifying. What is that? What kind of photo is it? If you don't lift your girlfriend to bench. No. Can we look at his face? Can we look at his face again? So what you're saying is I need a wife. No! Hundreds of what now? I can't read that fast. Spiders rain down from the sky. They look like they're just hanging out. They don't look like they're raining. I love how fine spider silk is, that like they look like they're just floating when actually they're walking on like a little pathway that only they can see. It's kind of cool. Oh. Wow. Oh. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Wait, how many times did he do that though? Like, he's been practicing. Holy shit, he's been practicing. Oh my god, he's really been practicing. That is a skill. That is not a talent. He worked for that skill. Oh, what a cutie. A pigeon? That's not a pigeon. What the fuck? Wow, that's so good. Kind of ritual is this? That's amazing. Oh. Oh. Why is everyone so scared that AI is gonna take their job? Honestly. Isn't that gonna explode? This is terrifying. How are you so calm about this? What? Oh. Wait, Zelda's really changed since I grew up. Wow, cats really are made of liquid. Holy shit. They're such weird animals. That is art, honestly. What the fuck? What? How? The right one. Yeah, I think I've seen the pattern. I know the pattern now. It's hard to make them small, so the slightly bigger one is gonna be the one that's cake. Look. My trust issues are over. This is the slightly bigger one. That's slightly bigger too. Slightly bigger one. Slightly bigger one. Immediately, like, if you drew a line, that's the slightly bigger one. That would so work. That is... Oh my god. You would totally do this to a kid. This is kitty tactics right now. So it is a podcast. That would absolutely work. I swear to God. You would get so many more people going to the doctor. Abso-fucking-lutely. I need a brief bio break. I'll be back though. What are they? So what are they? Are they lens? Are you sure? Are you sure that's not like a pomelo or something? That looks terrible. Ew. No. Welcome to Steam. Wait, what? Where was the toast? I didn't see the toast. Okay, I see the toast. I didn't even realize that was toast at first. Oh my god. That was beautiful. That seems so fucking dangerous. That seems terrifying, in fact. At least you only load it from behind. It's so weird the way the camera doesn't have a high enough frame rate to show you that it's actually spinning. The scary part is when you're like, you just get older and the frame rate drops. You're not even looking at it through a computer or nothing. You're just looking at it directly, and it looks like it's just like slowly moving. And you're like, oh, my frame rate dropped. I guess I'm too slow to understand reality anymore. No, that's evil. Weirdly, that reminds me of like Reddit whenever like a mylar balloon floats about. Like whenever there's a video of a mylar balloon, that's exactly how Reddit responds. That was more than cheek there, I swear. Who's seen the whole fruits basket? Wow, the whole toupee just blew off. Imagine you have like a loft conversion bedroom. Imagine you're just laying in bed and you just suddenly there's the world. See, I'm surprised that's in the UK because like your shit, it looks so flimsy. I'm not used to our houses being that flimsy. That's some like American shit right there. That's great. This is why I'm terrified of like my family ever finding my content. Honestly, the shit I talk about, like I don't talk to my family. Like I don't want that to be their impression of me. Is what I talk about with you guys. Isn't your mom worse? Oh yeah, well that's different. That's my mom. Like I don't talk to the rest of my family. How old is he? How old is he? Do you know? Is he in his 50s? 70? No way he's 70. Holy fuck. Because I was literally about to say, like, everyone I know in their 50s is, like, unhinged. Literally unhinged. I couldn't imagine him being over 50, but, like, I know he's been around long enough that he couldn't be under 50. So I was like, he must be in his 50s. 70s? He's doing good. He's doing thoroughly good. Wow. He's even still got some brown hair. Holy shit. Wow, I need that. I need that. I have to climb up on the counters to reach shit. There are cupboards I never touch. I have empty cupboards. I would never have any empty cupboards again with that shit. Oh? Wait, is that him snoring? Wow. My bunny used to sleep on her back and she would snore like this. Her name was Bramble. She sounded like a 70-year-old man. That's so weird. I guess you don't have to convince him to take meds then. Wow. What? Wait a minute. That's negging. Someone literally did this to me. I won't say who, but someone literally did this to me and just killed all of their chances and wondered why. They were like, I've dated pretty girls, I've dated supermodels. I'm so done with being shallow and all that. That's not all there is to a woman, you know? I realized I grew as a person and I'm not shallow anymore. I'm not going for just pretty girls. I'm going for girls with like, you know, they don't have to be hot as long as they have like a good personality, as long as they're like smart and stuff, you know. That's why I love talking to you. And I was like, baby, I've never been drier. I'm so out. Like that is it. And they still had no clue why. No clue whatsoever why. They were like, "What? I thought we had something going. I thought we had some chemistry. Like, why don't we talk anymore?" I'm like, yeah, I wonder. This shit doesn't work. Oh shit. Wow. What the fuck was happening there? I hate that that's where it ends. Like, what happened to the deer? Oh? That has to be on purpose. It's like Sonic coins. He dropped Sonic coins. He took damage. What? Oh? I want a Curtis flavored drink. Ugh, that carpet's so dirty. Is that like an abandoned house? Why was he in a Santa Claus outfit? No, that is sex. Honey, that is sex. What? That happened to my friend once. And he was fine with the sauceless pizza because he's a hoe. Because he's easy to please. What? He ate it anyway. I don't know why. Don't you die if that happens? I'm pretty sure you die. The wind up. I thought that was a painting behind them. Oh, they both got baptized. Wow. Doesn't everyone do that when there's like a splodge on the pancake? Where did that go? What? No. What? Is he impaled on something? How the fuck? What? What? Is it a glory hole? Physics. They're not working. How? It's a trash can? That still doesn't make any sense. Wait, oh, is there a roof to the trash can? Oh, because I only saw this concave bit. I didn't see. Maybe there's a top to. That makes. Okay. Why? Wow, I've seen so many clips of people doing this. Now I want ice cream. Must be so scary being a penguin. There could be anything in that water. Oh, that's a sign. That is a sign there is something in the water. Like, I've seen people, because orcas will eat seals, and seals will like jump onto your boat. And if a seal jumps onto your boat, because there's orcas, I've seen women push them back in, like fishermen and stuff, push them back in because they're like, I'm sorry, I can't piss off the orcas, I'm so sorry. And like the seal is like, no, why would you betray me? Please. Like they jump on like, please let me stay, please let me stay, oh, please let me stay. And they're like, no, you have to go back in, honey. And they just kick the seals back in the water with the orcas, because even though the orcas are terrible and they will like slap you out of the water for fun so hard that it will skin you mid-air, right? If you piss off the orcas, they will capsize your boat. So they're like, I'm sorry, dude, but you have to go back in. And they're like, no. And like, I've seen people get harassed and like full on cancelled for kicking the seal back in. To be fair though, I'm the kind of person who would like turn on the motor and be like, okay, seal, I guess we're on the run. Like, I just don't have it in me to kick someone to their death when I know what kind of death an orca will give you. Like, to put it in perspective, there was an orca who bit off someone's dick. Do you know how precise you have to be to bite off someone's dick when you're that big? But there was an orca who did it because they were bored. Oh my god. What? That didn't look intentional at first. Holy shit. What? What? Wow. Wow. I want a spine like that. I could really use a spine like that. Holy shit. I can lean forward and regret it. Look at that belly though. Oh, so round. My favorite thing about animals is round belly. Anya has like a really round belly. So white, so round, so fluff. But that's all the videos, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Those are good videos, though. I love my mods. They're so good at picking them. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of videos to make a stream nowadays, because everyone who contributes has a taste for like 6-second videos, like really, really short ones. So we get a lot of videos, but like it takes hundreds upon hundreds for them to actually make up enough time. So they be busy. They actually have to work hard to get the videos. Like, I've seen messages in the video chat where they're like, guys, there aren't enough videos, help, SOS. And everyone's like, scrolling and like, posting as many as they can, because they're short as fuck. It takes work. It doesn't seem like work, but it takes work. I can't even contribute to them because my entire feed has gone really, really gay. Like, really gay. Like, every single video. Like, I have a chat just for my friends, and sometimes we just post stuff that comes up on my feed. All of the shit I post is gay men just doing gay stuff. And, like, if it's not gay men, it's gay men doing BDSM. or it's gay men doing BDSM in the theme of a show I recently watched, like Squid Game. Like, I got a Squid Game gay BDSM video, and I was like, what the fuck? And it's like literally this dude doing a sexy dance on stage, and he's dressed like one of the, I think he's 069 or something is his like jacket number for the Squid Games, and like all of the pink outfit guys are like topless and like dancing around him while he's all tied up and stuff. And I was like, holy fuck, could it get more specific? Oh my god, every time I think it's gonna get, like, it's so specific, and then it gets more and more specific. It's like, oh, you like dancing? And I'm like, yeah, I like dancing. And they're like, yeah, like gay men dancing? I'm like, yeah, I like gay men dancing. And they're like, you like buff gay men dancing in handcuffs? And I'm like, yeah, that's all right. And they're like, you like him dancing in handcuffs to Squid Games? I'm like, okay, we're getting a little too specific here, Lydia. You like that, daddy? No, I don't. That's the thing. I'm pretty sure my algorithm is trying to convince me that I'm a dommy mommy. Like, it doesn't, it's not about like BDSM as in like a daddy going, yeah, baby, get down on your knees. No. It's like a dude in a maid outfit licking the floor while dancing or some shit. Like, I don't know why my algorithm thinks that I'm a dom, but it thinks I'm a dom. It really, really does. Because, like, it'll be like, cute cat video, guy on his knees praying for mercy, cat video. Like, it's so weird. But, like, my algorithm is just like, I know who like this. Like, aggressively gay. Yeah! Like, there was a video of a lady, and she was like, this is how I get my house clean. And there was a guy in a maid outfit painting her house and cleaning it. And there was people in the comment section going, do you loan out your subs to people? Asking for a friend. And she's like, yeah, I actually loan him out to people. Like, absolutely. And he pays me. Amazing. Where can I get one of those? I don't know. Just like lift up one titty. Just go, what's under here? I'm sure like that you'll find some spare change, a couple of subs, and like maybe a $5 note and like an old fucking shopping list. Ah! What's a tapping? Hey, Rain! Thanks for gifting some rice to the mods. It's incredibly generous. And very few people tip the mods these days, but they definitely deserve it. I approve. You got a good heart on ya. They see some shit. They are haunted. They are traumatized as fuck. They're traumatized so I don't have to be, is basically it. Like, they see the shit that nobody should have to see, and they deal with it. Trauma is an old friend. It builds character. It's development. You either get to have a good sense of humor or a good childhood. It's one or the other. It really is one or the other. Like, all my friends with a good childhood are, like, boring as fuck. I love them, and they're fun. But, no. The funny ones had a terrible childhood. Oh my god, that could be true. Now that you've seen it, you're never gonna be able to unsee it. All your funny friends had fucked up lives. Trust. I swear humor is just a cope. Have you had plastic surgery? No. And this is not like because I'm opposed to it or anything. It's just like I don't have the time, and for most of my life I didn't have the money. Like I wanted a nose job when I was a kid because I hated my nose growing up, but I never had the money. I was so tempted when I got my first ever lump sum of money, and it was for my student loan. Like you get student loan money, and I was like, I have £2,000. I'm pretty sure I could get a nose job. I could finally fix this. And I didn't. I spent it on food and things that I needed instead and made sense. And I was like, damn it, that would have been the best time to fix it because then no one would remember because I never had any photos of me when I was a teenager. So like I could have totally gotten away with it and no one would have known or been able to no one would have known I ever had anything done. But like I have never had anything done just because like I've never had any downtime or money growing up, and now I just don't have the downtime. Like, but like I'm not opposed to it. I just haven't ever, because I feel like why not customize your avatar if you want? Like I feel like if you could change your body, like if you told someone from medieval times, if you told someone from the 1600s, hey, you could look however the fuck you want, like literally anything, anything you want, you can have it. You want horns? You can have it. You want a dick? You can have it. You want to paint paintings on your skin? You can have it. You want bigger titties? You can have it. You want smaller titties? You can have it. You want pecs? You can have it. You know? You don't want any fat there anymore? You can take it away. You want some fat there? You can add it. You can just look how you want now. Any hair color you want, any eye color you want, you can have it. Any lip size you want. You can give your ears a lift if they get too droopy. You can have a knee lift. You can get an eyelid lift. It's called a blepharoplasty. You can blef that shit up, right? And if I told a medieval person, they'd be like, wow, you can just look however you want in the future? Yeah. You can just decide how you look. Weird sound to add, but okay. And like, they'd be like, wow, I would look like, and they would say like, I would do this or that. And it's like, of course you fucking would. Like, the first thing you do in a game is customize your avatar. You don't just go, no, I have to accept the avatar that I was given. You know, the devs wanted this. I must honor the devs. Like, no, you adjust the shit out of that. They're like, nah, I want someone with bigger titties. I want someone with longer legs. I want a manic pixie girl. I want a big buff guy. You know, I want someone who looks like the human version of SpongeBob. Like, whatever the fuck it is. So why wouldn't you do that IRL? Like, this is the avatar we live in the most. I've played, like, so many hundreds of hours on games. Nowhere near... I've played so many hours as Anita. This is my... Like, I have so much runtime on this fucking avatar. Well, if I wanted to adjust it, why the fuck shouldn't I? Who cares? It's literally a harmless thing to do. You're hurting no one. Just do what you want with your body. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. If you want to be happy with it, do it. Like if adjusting the shit out of your face is gonna make you happy, do it. You only get one life. You only get one body. Do what the fuck you want. I'm so happy for you. Like, whatever brings you happiness and doesn't hurt anyone, carry on. But aren't those imperfections what make us unique and therefore should be preserved? No. I feel like what makes me unique is the things I decided about myself. I am the things I decided about myself. Everything else is just what happened to me. I don't think that like anything about my physicality or DNA or genetics is what makes me unique at all. Like, it's just random shit. I don't have to like it or dislike it. I can feel however the fuck I want about it. You know? I don't think that your nose or your face or your eyes or your fucking hair or whatever is what makes you unique. What makes you unique is what you decide about yourself. You are the things you chose. Okay? Like, I'm not my Tourette syndrome. I am the things I chose about myself. That's me as a human. Like, that's my identity. The rest is just stuff that is happening. It's stuff happening to me, but it's not me. So, like, your face is something that's happening to you, but it's not really you. The minute you get to customize it and decide how it is, then it's a reflection of you. Like, the things you decided are a reflection of you. Anything else you can't be blamed for, or take credit for either. Like, some people smashed and I got these genetics. I can't take credit for it. How does that reflect on me whatsoever? I don't think that's what makes me unique whatsoever. I didn't choose it. I disagree. And also, just because something is unique doesn't mean it should be preserved. Like, some diseases are unique, but that we should still fucking cure them. Also, every single genetic sequence that has ever happened is unique. So it's kind of generic in that sense and doesn't actually make you special. Like, nobody has, like, even twins have differences, you know? So I just kind of feel like the fact that we're all unique is a generic thing about us. I don't think it's like some special thing that should be preserved. Also, you're still unique even if you get a fucking boob job. Like, you're still gonna be genetically unique despite the silicone on your chest. What the fuck? How does that even remove that anyway? How is that an argument against augmentation or adjustments? Regardless. Also, I kind of feel like if we have things like what's the halo effect, and like if there's pretty privilege, then I feel like it equalizes and creates more equality if people can opt in or out of traits rather than just hoping to be born with them. I feel like that means that it's not like elitist to have the benefit of kindness and like being trusted and shit that being beautiful comes with. Like, I feel like being able to buy into that isn't as good as everyone just being able to opt into it, but it's slightly better than just whether or not your genetics allow it, which is far more brutal and unfair. At least there's a chance you can earn some money and then opt into those standards. I don't really agree that there should be beauty standards, and I find it really hard to like follow them because I don't give a shit about bodies, so I don't feel very affected by the halo effect. Like, when someone's pretty, I don't give a shit. Like, it's cool, and I'll be like, that's very pretty! But it's not gonna change how I feel about you, or, like, how much I respect you, or believe you, or treat you. Like, because I just don't give a shit about bodies. Like, I'm not attracted to people based on their body or anything, and so it just doesn't affect me that way, but I still think that beauty is cool. I have no idea what your name is because it's very long and I'm slightly tipsy, but thank you for the 5 gifted subs, sweetheart. Did you get the results of your biopsy? Yeah, I did, and I got no answers. So, back to ground zero again. Fuck. Like, I would love to know what the fuck's wrong with me. I really would, but I guess we're just not getting any answers today. Not talking about making life better or like curing diseases, but having the ability to customize your appearance, in my opinion, would lead to more uniformity than uniqueness. I disagree because uniqueness is considered sexy among humans. That's why our beauty standards constantly shift and haven't stayed the same throughout history. So, with that in mind, right? So, being fat was the beauty standard at one point, and then being thin was the beauty standard at one point, and now being like thin in some places and fat in others is the beauty standard. Like, it shifts all the time because we are genetically keyed to look for rare genetics. So this means that in countries where you're allowed to pick your baby's eye color, for example, when you have, like, there are some countries where you can like fertilize multiple eggs, look at their DNA, be told what traits each fertilized egg has, and then choose which one you implant, right? And people were scared. They're like, that's eugenics. You're going to get like people, loads of traits are going to be erased. People are going to be like only having blonde, blue-eyed babies. And that's not actually true. In all the countries where that is available, people just pick the rarest genetics in their region. So in countries where it's really common to have blue eyes and blonde hair, people who can choose their baby's traits are more likely to opt for any other hair color and any other eye color. So because of this, it can never be generic, because the minute everyone starts opting for the most popular traits, they become unpopular. So people start opting for new traits. And it cycles and cycles, always geared towards the rarest type at the time. So like, for example, here in the West, there are a lot of people who really fetishize Asian women. And in places in Asia, they really heavily fetishize light-skinned, light-haired men. Like, because in both places, those are rare traits. And it always flips. And it flips decade to decade in the same spot. So like, people with Google flapper girls. Right? Flapper girls were like a trend, I think in the 1910s and 20s, where you had short, boyish hair, really straight up, straight down figure, no boobs, no curves, no bum, right? You were long and chubby with short hair, and that was what a hot girl looked like. Everyone aspired to look like that. And that was hotness. And like, you go to the Renaissance times, and it was curvy ladies with fat bellies and fat thighs and fat ass, you know? Like, you go around the world, no matter where you are in the world, beauty standards fluctuate. So I don't think people being allowed to adjust the way they look will ever make people generic, because also plastic surgery goes in and out of fashion. So for example, loads of people are having their lip filler dissolved because having fat lips used to be desirable, but now it's a really dated look that people think looks terrible. So now all the ones that got lip filler are having them dissolved, and it's not the beauty standard anymore. People are opting for other stuff to do to their face. So like, no matter what we can do to our features, it doesn't make you generic, because rarity is what people are aiming for. People with nose jobs have all the same nose. It's boring. I kind of feel like I can't take men's opinion on it seriously, because from what my experience with guys is they only ever notice a nose job when it's a bad nose job, and they only think that all nose jobs are like a bad and very obvious nose job. And the truth is that way more people have nose jobs than they think, and people get all different kinds of noses. People get straight noses, Greek noses, they get like button noses, they get curved noses, they get all sorts of different kinds of noses. And when a surgery is done well, you don't realize that someone has had a nose job, even if you knew them and you know the before and after. Usually when someone's had a good nose job, and that's the average nose job, most nose jobs go well, not badly, right? Bad ones are rare. Really noticeable ones where you can tell instantly, they're rare, right? And the thing is, like, when you can tell, that is all the data you have on nose jobs. You don't know you've seen 60 of them, you only remember the one bad one. So you think that all nose jobs look like the bad one. That's the effect of it. So the thing with guys is, I don't know very many guys who've had a nose job, and I don't know very many guys who think nose jobs are anything other than like botched. Like their idea is just botched. So I can't take them seriously with it. They don't know that there's diversity. They don't know what they look like. They don't know why people get them. They don't know what people get fixed. None of it. Like the fakest looking women I've ever seen, the women who have the most plastic surgery ever that I've ever seen on one face, quite often are adored by guys because they have an idea of what plastic surgery looks like, and they can't tell usually when a person has had it. So, like, there's a girl who's had, like, so many procedures and she's so open about it. But because they're good procedures, there are loads of guys who just, like, stop her on the street and go, I love a natural woman. You just have that beautiful classic beauty. You know, I love women like you. Not those tune-up girls who've had so much done to their face. You know, a natural girl. And she's even like, my boyfriend says that about me. She was saying her boyfriend thinks that she's had nothing done. Not because she lied about it, but he just assumes that she's had nothing done. Because so many guys think that plastic surgery is just when you look botched. They only remember the women that they can see in the street where they're like, oh my god, that looks so bad. And that's what they think all plastic surgery is, because that's the only time they know that it's happened. Every time it's gone well, they have no idea that it's happened. So I don't know. I don't think that all noses that have been adjusted look the same. I don't. Because I've seen so many people with so many different faces talk about their, you know, their procedures. So I don't think that's how it works. I think that's just how people think it works that way when they know nothing about it. The less you know, the more you think you know. And everyone who has an opinion on like cosmetic surgery usually knows fuck all about it. Absolutely fuck all about it. That woman got sued when her husband told her husband for not telling him about the plastic surgery she got, and he only found out when they had kids. Yeah, that's like an urban myth. I don't actually think that's real. I swear there was a story floating around for ages, and it was like some Reddit story where a woman was like, am I the asshole for not telling my husband that I had plastic surgery? It just never came up, but after we had kids, he sued me. Like, and it turned out to be just completely fake, but so many people believed it. I don't think anyone's like actually sued someone based on their genetics. Even so, I think that there's a valid use case. I don't think there's a valid use case for cosmetic surgery aside from trauma patients. But that's just my personal opinion. People are fine as they are, and the media gives them weird ideas. I don't think the media gives them weird ideas. Okay, so in the 40s, women were pulling out their back teeth to give themselves dimples because dimples were the beauty standard back then. So women were literally willing to pull out pliers, look themselves in the bathroom mirror and rip out their back teeth raw, just with their hands. There have been beauty there, I think like 300 years ago in ancient Japan, I think it is, breaking your foot in half and binding it so that your foot was folded in half. So if this is your foot normally, they would go on little babies' feet and fold them in on themselves. You can Google it. I think that's, I have no idea exactly where it was. Oh, wasn't that China? Was it a part of China? My mistake. Okay, so like basically that was like a beauty standard to have long pointy feet. Tiny little pointy feet, right? So I don't think it's like the media giving people bad ideas because they didn't have fucking Instagram filters back when that was happening. People were elongating their heads, by winding like bandages around the back of their head to make and they would do it to babies. And your head would be like swooping like an alien head. There are ancient Egyptian pictures on like temples and stuff in ancient Egypt of people with elongated heads. And there are cultures around the world who discovered that you could do this and did it as the beauty standard. I don't think it's the media. Like, we've been adjusting our bodies for fun. We've been doing piercings and makeup and all different kinds of clothes and all sorts, both men and women, for as long as there have been humans. So I don't really think it's like, oh, it's bad to express yourself and adjust yourself. And like, because it's like when you move into a house, you don't leave the walls bare. You hang up pictures. You put down throws. You knock out bits of wall that don't suit you. You rebuild things. You adjust your house. You remodel your fucking house to reflect you and how you want to live. If you're allowed to do it with a house, why not with your body? You live in your body so much more than you are in your house. Why do we have to accept the body we were given if it doesn't suit us? If we don't think that that's what really represents us? You only get one life. You should be happy with it. I don't think that people should have to settle. If you want to look different, you should be allowed to look different. I think people who are needlessly judgmental are weird and obsessive. Like, I think it's weird and obsessive to go, no! You have to like it how it is! Like, it seems as petty as like when people pull food out of the ground, like when you pull up a potato and someone's angry that you cooked it. No, nature gave it to you raw! You have to eat it raw! No, you don't. Let me introduce you to some fucking seasoning and cooking. We can modify this bitch. We can change it to have the flavor we want to enjoy. And it's the same with your body. That's why people get tattoos. That's why people get piercings. That's why people get boob jobs. That's why people get ball implants. You know? You don't have to accept jack shit. Like, there is what you are given and there is what you make. And you can make whatever the fuck you want out of your body now. Like, you used to have to decide only what happens to your personality, but now you can decide anything about yourself. And I think that's beautiful. You can be exactly who you want to be. And I love that for you. And I think that it's weird that we stigmatize it, because if I told people 1,000 years ago that this would be a thing, they'd be like, wow, people must change all the time. And I'm like, no, because if you change too often, people get angry at you. And they're like, why? And I'm like, I really have no idea. It seems petty to me. What a waste of hate. But, like, I'm a chill person, and I know people who've had procedures, and, like, regardless of how I feel about those procedures, I'm happy that people have access to them. Like, some people have had stuff done, and I'm like, wow, that looks so good on you. And other times I'm like, I wouldn't have done that if I were you. But either way, I don't give a shit, and I'm happy you had the choice, and if it makes you feel good about yourself, it was worthwhile. It was worth the money if it makes you happier. I see a change of titties the same way I see a change of clothes. I mean, fuck, I'm gonna get a breast reduction one day. I know that if I get... The one thing that I'm definitely 100% gonna get is a breast reduction one day. I know I am. Your back will thank me. Well, I have a strong back, so I'm not really doing it for my back. The reason I'm doing it is because, like, everyone in my family gets one at some point. And usually when they're, like, younger than me, weirdly. I've not needed it yet. But, like, big boobies get saggy. They do. And one day, my boobies will be so long that they will press against my body. There'll be a massive fold, like, that I can hide stuff under my boob because it, like, hangs down so far. And when it gets like that, the skin presses up against my chest. That skin, like the boob against belly, right? That area is going to have lots of friction and sweat. And that can cause yeast infections. Yeast infections. Okay, long, hangy, fatty titties can get yeast, right? With a capital Y. And then, if that doesn't sound appealing enough, you know, if that's not excuse enough, like that, just that in itself would make me want to get a reduction, right? But at some point, when they get all long and saggy, they're going to increase in size because there's going to be more and more skin for the fat to fill. And then I'm going to be mostly boob. You know, I'm going to be one of these ladies who's like, and I look down and I had this pain in my shoulder and I didn't know what it is. And I looked down and I was standing on my titty. Like, that's going to be me one day. You know, I'm going to bend down to pick up a towel after the bath and I'm going to be like, ow, you know, and I don't want to get to that point. I don't want to be kicking these things around. So, like, of course I'd get them removed. Why lug them the fuck around? What is even the point? I don't intend on feeding nobody with these things. I'm not having any kids. So, like, I'm just lugging them around for no reason. So, of course, I'm gonna get a reduction at some point. Like, they're useless to me. Their whole point and function is to feed people who ain't gonna get fed. They ain't even gonna get existing. So why wouldn't I? I just have these things and they're massive for no reason. So, like, when they're all long and hangy and cumbersome and in the way and preventing me from doing shit, they already prevent me from doing shit. I can't do a star jump, I'd knock myself out. Right? And that's bad enough. What if I need to run? Running is a fucking pain in the ass. You know? So, like, of course I'll get a reduction at some point. I don't give a shit how men see my chest. Like, I'm not seeing myself in third person all the time, imagining that I'm a man looking at myself. You know, this isn't a computer game where I'm like, this isn't like a third person FPS where, like, a dude is playing me. I'm the one existing in my body. I don't have to give a shit how men see this shit. Like, all I have to think about is what I'm lugging around and how quickly I can stand upright after bending down. And of course, if that's gonna be influenced, I would rather get them, like, reduced. Yeah, like, of course I'm gonna do that. And I think people who try to argue with women who need breast reductions are legitimately insane. Like, they are not bullied enough. Like, it's weird that you can get away with going, no, but I liked perving on you when someone's talking about health conditions, you freak. Keep suffering. How will I jerk off to you if you don't? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? That's why I need to walk around with, like, a ruler cock to just whoosh. No! I don't care what your dick thinks of these. Back up. You need some feminism. So yeah, that is my angy, kind of slightly insulting way of telling you to chill the fuck out about boobs. Like, let women reduce them if they need to. Not everything's about you and your dick. Don't argue with women. They are the ones who have to carry it around 24/7. You only look at them and jerk off for 24 seconds. Of course you're gonna have a biased opinion about that shit. But before you start pressuring women not to get reductions, carry around a pair of watermelons on your fucking chest. Day in, day out for a week. Try to breathe when you lay on your back. And come back to me, you little shit. What about boobs? What about them? I quite like a boob. I quite like a boob on a man. I'm bisexual, so a man with titties, that's a dream. It's like a Swiss Army knife. He's got all the attributes, you know? Love a man with a good A or B cup. You go. Man boobs? Question mark? Yeah, like there are so many women who love like a dad bod, you know, with a little jiggle, some medium padding, you know? You smack him up the tit and it goes blum. You know, it gives a little, it waves back. Women hate man boobs. No, they don't. You're just projecting. There are so many women who love a dad bod. And we're all over the internet too. You just don't fucking believe us. It's weird. Nobody believes women, even when we're saying what you want to hear. It's so weird. Like, I literally did a post where I'm like, short kings, rise up, you're hot as fuck. And everyone's like, you're lying, women don't like short men. I'm like, I'm literally saying that short men are hot. And they're like, no! And I'm like, you want to believe me. You're just scared to. My next woman isn't thickening me up. Why not? I feel like there are lots of reasons a woman should be thickening you up, even if it's not upstairs, you know, at least downstairs. But yeah, there are plenty of women who are like, I can't wait to cook so much food for this man and watch him get round. There are so many lady feeders, you know? They're scared that they won't actually have to blame their height and will actually have to work on their personality. I think that everyone gets hurt at some point. And you get scared into being tricked. I feel like people are just vulnerable. And also, people find it really hard to see things from other people's perspective. So if they hate themselves, they can't believe that other people actually like them. And like, most of us are guilty of it to some degree. It's so hard to like yourself, and it's so hard to imagine people would like you. So if you feel insecure about your height, it's so terrifying to believe that people might find it hot. Is that potato juice? No. What the fuck is potato juice? Are you okay? Why is your potato juice brown? Is potato juice moonshine? No, you can legitimately and legally, in a regulated way, produce vodka from potatoes. It doesn't always have to be moonshine. You don't have to risk blindness to drink potatoes. That was clear? Oh, you were talking about the water. I thought you were talking about my other drink. Moonshine can make you blind? Yes, and I feel like you should know that by now. If you're old enough to watch my stream, you should know that you shouldn't really be drinking random homemade alcohol because it can make you blind. It can also do other things to you. It can kill you. It can kill you. There's a reason why alcohol is regulated, and one of the many reasons is unregulated alcohol can kill the fuck out of you, make you very dead. And even if it only, like, kills you some of the way, it's still dangerous as fuck. It really is. Is that gravy? I hate gravy. I really do. Like, if I wanted soup or stew, I would make soup or stew. Like, I love roasted vegetables and stuff. In fact, I'm gonna make some. After the stream, I'm gonna throw a fuck ton of beetroot, parsnip, potatoes, sweet potatoes in the oven. I'm gonna cook the fuck out of them. I'm gonna have roast potatoes and shit. Roast veggies and stuff. I love that shit, right? I can't remember where I was going with this. There was a reason I brought that up. No, it's gone. Oh, gravy. If I wanted stew, I would boil it as a stew. Why pour liquid all over a dry food after you've made... Like, it takes ages to make dry food. Soup is so easy. You can put the same stock, add vegetables just in a pan and just cook them there in water. Why go to the trouble of baking them and then make them into stew after? And also, gravy's just weird. I don't like the taste. It's wrong. It's weird and wrong. It's brown. It tastes so brown. She hates brown. Bitch, no! If that's how you're gonna take shit, why aren't you on Twitter? That's such a Twitter-esque comment. We're chill over here, buddy. We're chill. I'm sat over here like, no, I'm not into gravy, and they're like, you racist! What the fuck? Would now be a good time to say, like, I took a DNA test, and I think it's lying, but it said I was like 48% African. Just throwing that out there. So I can assure you that's not the reason why I'm just not into gravy.
I just got back home from work. Can you recap everything I missed in detail for today? Thank you.
We watched videos, I got drunk, and traumatized everyone about hamsters. And now, everyone's gonna sleep very soundly at night, knowing that hamsters eat their children like biscuits. And you're all caught up. Do you want to know something else disturbing? There are like fan accounts that post like clips of me that they clip.
Take it back. I didn't want to know that.
Too late. You can't unknow shit, bitch. But like, I had like a fan account post a video of me, and normally they just post me getting up and walking away from the screen or something like random that they're sexualizing for no reason, and it's like I didn't even think that was particularly sexual, but whatever. But you remember that time I got really drunk and showed you all the correct way to shit? Do you remember that? Press 1 if you remember that time when I got really, really, like, wasted and I was like, this is the proper squatting position. And I was like, you squat and you shit like this for these reasons. Someone posted that on a fucking thirst channel? I was like, what? Like, next to clips of fucking Pokimane and Amaranth and shit. You know, the absolute hottest queens of the fucking Twitch world. And then there's just me like, this is how you take a fucking shit. Like, legit. Like, I was like, really? That makes people horny? I guess I should take this. Is this like an achievement in life? Like, I don't even find myself hot. I'm weirded out that anyone is, like, into me. I'm like, I'm totally not my type. I'm like, really? You want all this? Really? But, like, the funniest thing about it to me is, like, I feel like a 2. I don't see it. Why do you like all this? What the fuck? But, like, I can literally pretend to shit and there are people still getting horny. No, there are people getting horny because of it. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I mean, I should be like, damn, I guess I'm hot. I'm just confused. I want to take it as a compliment. I'm so fucking confused. I'm so fucking confused. But, like, it's nice, in a way. Because, like, I get annoyed. I watch videos of myself and I'm like, oh, man. My hair looks terrible. Oh, man. My clothes look stupid. Oh, why did I wear that? And then, like, all the people in the comments section are, like, really complimentary and like, damn, this is so good. And I'm like, damn. Well, thank you for reassuring me. But, like, the toppiest, tippiest tier I can ever feel is, like, reassured. Like, I'm never like, oh, I'm feeling myself. I'm so hot today. Like, no, I can't get there. No matter how many weird comments of people jorking it and like being like, I tickled my pickle to this. Like, none of it makes me like none of it's I just don't get it. It doesn't seem real. It's so weird. You'll see it one day. Yeah, maybe when I'm old and I wish I looked like this still. Like, that's what I hope will happen. This is why I wish I could take nudes, but like, I don't ever want to get like hacked or something and them leak, so like, I can never have nudes because men. But like, I wish I could have nudes because I would love to look back on like pictures of my body when I'm old and be like, damn, I wasn't half bad, because I don't feel it right now. But I feel like I will miss it when I'm old, you know? Because I already feel that way to a degree. Like, I feel like I looked great when I was like in my 20s. And I didn't know at the time I felt hideous, right? I had such bad body dysmorphia. And now I'm in my 30s, I'm like, what I'd give to look like that again. If only I knew. Holy shit, right? And I'm worried that when I'm 40, I'm going to look back at all this and be like, damn, I wish I was 30 again. Like, damn, I didn't know it at the time. So, like, at least if I took pictures, I'd be able to look back and feel retroactively hot. If I can't feel like it now, maybe I could retroactively appreciate it someday. But the men's, it's not safe. Otherwise, I'd totally get some, like, raunchy photos in, like, some lingerie or something, you know, some lingerie, and be like, yeah, damn! But I can't even do that because then they'd leak it all over the internet, and, like, I wouldn't care because I'm just like, whatever, but, like, people are so creepy about it. Like, if it was wholesome, maybe there'd be scope to not give a fuck. But that's just not the way it is. Like, people mistreat you if they've seen you naked for some reason. They're just awful. They think you're, like, subhuman all of a sudden. You can't get employed. People get fired over that shit. So, like, if I ever, like, leave and decide to become, like, a normal person with, like, a normal job, I couldn't do that. I couldn't transition to a normal job if, like, nudes had been leaked. Holy fuck. Because then, like, people are like, oh, you're not allowed to teach kids. You are a slut. And it's like, what? You knew I was naked under here the whole time. Now that you've seen proof, I'm suddenly like a fucking biohazard? What is this? So, unfortunately, I will just have to try to remember, even though I have no short-term memory. Men. Are you early 20s? No. I am fastly approaching 40. I'm hurtling. I'm halfway to 40. And I feel pretty good about it. I've existed a while. What kind of person do you want to spend your time with? I spend time with lots of different kinds of people, and I feel like it's a good way to be. Like, I like the kind of people who make me think and make me reconsider things and improve my direction in life. I feel like I've got friends who are like the vegetables of my friend group who are like really healthy for me, and I'm like, wow. Like, I have epiphanies after hanging out with them. I got the kind of friends that I just laugh at, that I'm just like, I don't want to think, I just want to go do something stupid. Like, I just want to climb a wall and, like, go camping and, like, stumble and dance drunk around the campfire or some shit. And I got the friends for that. I got the friends who are like, let's go look at the stars and drink a vodka and say nonsense. And I'm like, I've got the nonsense, you bring the vodka, let's go! And then I've got the friends who are like, yes, quite, here's a lowdown on the geopolitical situation of the Congo. And I'm like, yes. And I will sit and listen to their TED Talk while I feed them. Or they feed me. Depending on whose house we're at. And like others, I got friends who are like, let's learn a skill together. I don't know what to do with you. So we're gonna make cookies. We're gonna go climbing. We're gonna learn how to read paper maps today in case there's an apocalypse. Because I need to learn that again, even though I already know how. Because I need to relearn skills or I lose them. It's very unfortunate. I wish you could just learn a skill and keep it. Like skill trees, where it's just like always there and you don't have to touch it again for it to work. I used to be able to fucking sing. And now I'm like, ah! It's like, it's not like riding a bike. That's a myth. But if it was like riding a bike, I'd be shit at everything because I go ass over tit on my bike all the time. Press 1 if you are not like riding a bike. If you don't do something for ages, you forget, you forgore. You're like, nope, that's gone now. Have to relearn. I now have 0 EXP on this because I have not touched this since like 1993. Alright, the 2s are fucking blessed. Fuck you. But I see you, Disgross. You're one of my people. Thanks, Juanito. I'm glad that there are at least some people who get it. But yeah, I can't ride bikes because I tick and veer and go ass over tit. I had a bike for ages. I had ass of steel. I had thighs of steel. I was riding it around in the city that had many, many hills. I'd ride out in the middle of the night to go see my soon-to-be boyfriend at the time. Like, my ex, when I first started courting him, like, I was nocturnal. He was also nocturnal because he liked WoW. I had ADHD, I was nocturnal. He was just unemployed and liked games. So we were both awake at 3 a.m. So I would ride for 40 minutes on my bike to get to him so we could hang out because he was the only friend of mine who was awake. And my god! I was like, but like, I would ride there and I would, like, with a little pedal bike, and I would go ass over tit like 7 times. I would be so battered. I'd look like I'd won an epic anime battle. Like, I'd fucking Super Saiyaned my way there. Because Tourette's and fucking bikes don't mix as it is. And then you add hilly terrain to it where it's like either downhill or like wee, but really fast. And you're like, ah! Or like uphill and you're like, boo, boo, boo. Like gasping like a fish. Just like, boo, boo, boo. And then you get there, and then you're like, no, but that's only half the fucking battle. After I hang out with this dude, I have to do it all the way back. Holy shit! Sounds like a daily cycle to work. Yeah, but like I'd never worked at that point. I didn't actually officially ever have a job, if you don't count a paper round when I was a kid. I didn't have a job till I was like 26 or some shit. I'm telling you now, it was late. My life skills were learning how to budget. I was living on $5,000 a year for most of my 20s. Most of them. As my ex-boyfriend confirmed. No, it wasn't that bad. It was like he had some fair attributes. Some I can barely remember them now, but I'm sure he did. Something impressed me. I just can't remember what. Yeah, go ahead and run those donos.
You would be a great mom. Is there any chance you have kids?
No. After Rett syndrome, could you imagine my kid's first words? Also, I don't know what's wrong with me. I have like genetic conditions and like problems with my health that are undiagnosed, and it's like I'm not passing this shit on. I don't know what it is. But also, I just don't like kids. They suck.
Are you happy?
Yes, like super happy. I love my life. I look forward to every day, even the hard days. Wasn't always like that, and it's a recent development. Like, I'd say I first felt true, deep down, unresounding happiness around like 26-ish, sometime around then. Maybe later, maybe 27. But it was worth waiting for, and I love life, and I'm very satisfied with everything I've achieved since then. Like, it's almost 10 years of happiness now. And I feel like I love every minute of my existence, and I'm super satisfied. If I died tomorrow, I'd feel very good about the life that I lived. I feel very, very good about it. Is it 10 years with no regular work? No, actually. The coincidence with me finally getting work that I can actually do as a disabled person. And like gained my independence. I got my first job, which was self-employed. Like, I employed myself because no one was crazy enough to employ me, so I employed myself. And I broke up with my ex, which made me really, really happy. And I made friends. I found purpose. I did things I cared about. I learned social skills. I started Twitch streaming. I traveled to lots of places in the world because of Twitch streaming. And I get to do what I love. I play computer games and talk too much for a living, which were two things that I felt guilty about before I started streaming. Like, I used to talk too much, and I used to be like, damn, I owned my 80% of this conversation, and I feel bad about it. I talked too much. But with you guys, I talk 100% of the conversation, and I get to pay my bills. So what used to be a flaw, why go through self-improvement when you could just monetize? And I play computer games, I'd be like, damn, I wasted like 2 hours of this day playing computer games. That was so unproductive. Now I play computer games for a living. You say I can monetize my drug addiction? I don't know, Jolie. What the fuck is your drug addiction? Because if it's like caffeine, I don't know. Maybe there's a coffee review fucking YouTube channel out there for you. Just waiting in the wings for you to start. Yeah, just Willy Wonka that shit. Exactly. Just wonk all over it. It's working for me. Thanks for being a force of good, Anita. Oh, I'm not. I'm like chaotic neutral or some shit, I swear. I could definitely be gooder. I'm like, not bad. I'll never do anything deliberately mean, but like, I could be doing more. I'm just like, I did more my whole life. My whole life has been about everybody else. So at the moment, I'm taking like a few years to build my life so that I can build a me and then apply the me to whatever I do next. So, like, I like doing good, but, like, who am I? What am I doing? What do I need? Do I have needs? What are those needs? Let's do those needs. Because I'm finding that the more I supply my own needs, the bigger my impact is on the things that I care about. So, like, I've been able to do so much more for the world since I started filling my cup and then giving the world my overspill, rather than trying to fill the world's cup when I have nothing because I poured nothing into myself. So, I'm learning a new means of effectiveness, which is loving the things that I do and being kind through kindness to myself, which seems counterproductive, but actually works more efficiently than trying to apply kindness without any to yourself. So, because I spent my life growing up as a carer and stuff and didn't get to have as many years to, like, develop myself and be, like, a teenager and discover who I am and shit and build a life and get, like, career and shit, I am now doing that in my 30s and late 20s. And it's pretty cool to do it now when you have more of an understanding of the world and yourself. Like, it's a good place to start. Like, it might be late, but it's a good place to start. And yeah, I'm doing that right now, which means that I don't really want to dedicate myself to a kid. And I don't really want to dedicate myself to a job I hate. So only jobs I like. And I just want to learn how to, like, what does a room look like that I've decorated? I want to decorate a bedroom. I never did that because I moved around too much. So what is it like if I create my own stability and then use that to express myself? Like, stupid shit like that. I'm doing that right now, and I'm enjoying it. And people are like, what if you get old? What if you get too old to have a kid? What if you don't start a family and then you're old and alone? And it's like, all the old and alone people I know have families that are just ignoring them. I don't think, like, family is how you avoid ancient loneliness. I feel like developing social skills so you can build community and be friends with people and interact with people when you're older is how you don't be alone when you're old. You can't just, like, biologically obligate someone to, like, pay attention to you when you're dying. Like, that's not how that works. You don't queef out people and just escape dying alone. Also, I'd rather die alone. I'm not like, witness me! All shiny and chrome! Like, I don't need, like, a bunch of crying children around me while I die. That's kind of, like, weird. I just want to have some space to be in my own thoughts. I want to enjoy reminiscing and thinking about my life. I want to die in contemplation and quietness. Like, I'm one of those old decrepit cats that dies in a crawl space alone. I don't want, like, witnesses. Dying is often undignified anyway. I don't want to have to think about whether I look funny while I'm, like, dying. I don't want to have to worry about, like, if I shit myself or something, which often happens while you're dying. Or, like, you know, people get boners or stuff. Like, all sorts of stuff happens to you when you're dying. I don't want to have to worry about people seeing that. I just want to, like, think about my life and reminisce in my last moments and then pass into the next with wonder and excitement and joy. Like, I don't want to have to worry about, like, people ugly crying and snotting all over me and stuff. Do you think that's what they care about when you're passing? I don't care, because I'd rather my passing be about me. It's the most dramatic thing that's ever gonna happen to me. Let me die how I want. Like, I don't want to have to worry about other people. I don't want a bunch of people looking miserable around me while I die. Like, if I have a funeral, it's not even gonna be for me. I'm not even gonna be there, right? Just some, like, borrowed fucking calcium and carbon and water is gonna be in a sack on, like, in a box. But I'm not gonna be there. Funerals are for the people who mourn you. They're not really for you. Like, they're for them to process their shit, but you're already gone. So, like, if I even think about my funeral, I don't care. The only thing I care about is, like, don't use my body to pollute anything. Just bury me raw and unfertilized so I don't have to poison the earth, right? But, like, if I had any hope for my funeral, it would be that people were glad they met me and they were glad I had a good life. Don't mourn the fact that it's over. I knew it was going to be over at some point. We all knew that I wouldn't last forever. I'm going to run out of me. The universe is gonna run out of me. I'm a finite resource. Right? So we all knew this was gonna happen. Don't be sad that it ran out. Like, no one cries that the cake is over. People are just glad they had some fucking cake. Right? If I could have any hopes for the people, if anyone mourns me, I doubt anyone will. When I'm like 80 and irrelevant and everyone's forgotten who the fuck I am, I doubt there'll be anyone to mourn me anyway. But if anyone mourns me, they fucking shouldn't. Be glad I lived. I'm glad I lived. I shouldn't have lived. I'm an accident. My parents were teens. They did not plan me. They did not plan to be parents, right? They were unprepared. Right? I have no intentions to have kids. I have shitty genes. I'm not inflicting my genes on anyone. I am a random fluke, a blip of existence, a dream that the universe had and will soon forget. And I'm glad I got to be that. I'm so happy with my lot. I got to live. I loved so much about my existence. I tasted so much good shit. I played so many good computer games. I saw so much cool things. I laughed at a bunch of stuff. I'm happy. It was good enough. Don't be sad for me. I lived when I shouldn't have even had that. Be glad you knew me. Move on. Laugh a few things you remember about me. Forget. Love your life. Don't let my existence or passing influence anything about you. Don't let it ruin anything about your day. I just want people to be glad that they knew me. If they even think about me at all after I'm dead. I don't care if anyone remembers me. I don't care. Like, it'd be cool if my cause of death was on my grave, unless I die of something embarrassing. But, like, if I die of a disease or whatever, put that shit on my grave. I don't care. I miss the graves that said cause of death. It's kind of cool. We should bring that the fuck back. I've seen people with QR codes on their graves and you can scan them and it will play like a little video of like your best moment. I have no idea what my best moment is. I don't think I've lived it yet. I think this could get better. I don't think I've peaked. And it's funny because I don't think anyone else is going to know when I peak. I think like you and like your relationship with my content is separate to what like is going to be the most fucking insanely euphoric moment of my existence. I think that's separate. And whatever it is, I doubt it's going to get recorded. I hate videoing myself. Ironic, given my vocation, but like I doubt I'm going to be videoing the best moment of my life. But if I do, maybe I'll do the QR code shit and people can come and scan it and be like, wow, that was what she loved? Fucking hell. It'll probably be me, like, finding a pretty snail or some shit. It's like, are you kidding me? The snail? That was the best part for you? But yeah. What's the best moment of your life so far? I don't know, because like whenever I have a bad memory for a start, so I can't always immediately recall shit. Whenever I think about like when I'm elated and happy, the moment just before I dropped in a really high roller coaster, the moment where I just let go of the highest stone while I was rock climbing and I dropped down really, really far, or like tasting. There was this really cool restaurant that doesn't exist anymore and it had like the most amazing cheesecake I've ever tasted in my life, and I remember the taste of it so much and I was like, this is the best thing, this is the most pleasurable thing I've ever experienced. And I said it in front of my ex and his best friend, and his best friend looked at me like, really? Nothing has ever topped that cheesecake? And I was like, no. And like my ex, who was my boyfriend at the time, was kind of like sat there kind of like So like that was a pretty peak moment for me because I was like, I've never experienced anything better than this cheesecake. Oh my god, nyam nyam nyam. When I raised like 500 quid for charity, and it was the most I'd ever raised for charity at the time. And I've raised more than that in a day now. Like I've raised like 20,000+ before in the like since. But like at the time I was like, holy fuck. I've never, what the fuck? Ow, this is amazing. the day that I told my therapist I don't need her anymore, I was like, I love seeing you and you've made such an impact on my life, but I've never said this before, but I'm fucking happy, my dude. I don't have anything to tell you. Everything is good. And it's been good. And I was like, I gave her a gift. And I said, this is why this thing makes me think of you. And this is why you're important and good luck in life. I was like, goodbye. And I left and I walked home. For the first time, I was taking the last trip from that house. That she like does therapy from her house. The last trip I ever took from her house to my house was like, holy fuck. And I made a promise to myself as well. I was like, if I ever get lots of money, I'm going to give it to her so she can give more therapy to people who can't afford it, because I couldn't afford it. And like, I was paying like £5 a session when they were like more than that. It was much more than that for a session. And I was like, I'm only okay right now because I got access to something I shouldn't really have because I can't afford it. So I was like, I made a promise to myself walking home. I was like, whoa, I'm actually okay. For the first time in my life, I'm okay. And I feel okay. And I know I'm okay. Holy shit. And I walked home and I was like, I promise to pay it forward if I ever get the means. And then I got the means because of you people. And I paid it forward. And I messaged her like, I don't mean to brag, but my life is still thoroughly good years later. And it's gotten so good that I can pay into that fund that paid for my therapy. And she's like, that fund doesn't exist anymore, but good for you. And I was like, let's start it again, bitch. We started again. We get hundreds of people going to see her, getting their life in order, because she's thoroughly good. And I'm like, that, everything about that, every step about that feels like zing, feels so good. Like I don't think I have specific moments. Some of them I really remember. Like, I remember there was a friend of mine. I've known him for like over a decade. And I hopped into a car. I didn't know him. And he got in the back and I turned to him and I was like, I love your hair. You have insanely cool hair. That was the first thing I said to him. I rarely ever remember the first thing I say to anyone. But I remember the first time I met him crystal clear. I remember the time of day. I remember the weather. I remember the car I was in. I remember how long we were in that drive together. I remember everything about it because he is one of the coolest friends I've ever made, and I'm so glad I know him. Like, I don't know. There are lots of moments like that. The first time I ever stood up to somebody and actually made a situation better by being brave. The first day that I ever said hello to the shopkeeper, I'd been going to the same shop for 4 years and never said a word to him because I had such intense social anxiety. I never said anything to anyone. And I finally said, I'm good. How are you? And he lit the fuck up because I'd never said a word. He always tried to strike some conversation with every single person who came into the shop. And I never said a thing to him. Ever. He'd be like, nice day we're having. And I'd just be silent. There's your change. Be silent. How are you? I'd be silent. I was so scared. And I went, yeah, I'm good. How are you? And he was like, I think he thought I was like mute at this point. And like, I had worked up the courage to be like, you know what, fuck it. How was your day? Like, I actually spoke. Like, I remember the progress. It's funny to think I talk all the time. I never shut up. And there was a time where I was so scared to say a thing to anyone. I don't think I have one moment that was amazing. I think I just know how important so many moments are. I think I have too many moments to pick one. I have secret moments too that I can't tell anyone. That I will take to my grave, but I'm so happy with. There are achievements that no one will ever know I made, but I know, and I'm very happy about too. Like things I've gotten to change about the world that no one will ever know that they're experiencing because of me. And I like love that too. I feel like there's too many moments to pick. And I think it took being able to endure the worst moments to ever deserve the best. So if I had one takeaway, it's that You will have more moments than you can ever pick. You will never be able to pick a highlight if you just keep pressing on, even when you don't know why you keep going anymore. Because I didn't even know why I was living anymore. I was like, why do I even try? It never gets better. And I was like that for many, many years, and I kept trying. And it's only after all of that that I ever got to love every moment. And now I watch the sunrise while I eat my last meal. And I love every second of it. You eat your last meal at sunrise? Yeah, I do. Your last meal is in last prison meal? No, bitch. As in, like, the last meal of the day. Like, supper. Like, the last meal I eat is usually at sunrise. That's usually around my bed. No, like, a few hours before my bedtime. You eat dinner food in the morning? No, I mean as in, like, I go to bed in the morning. So my last meal is usually at dawn. I love you. But yeah, it's been fun hanging out with you. But I'm gonna raid and leave because I have shit to do. So we are gonna pass you on to someone else cool so you can give much love to someone who definitely deserves it.
I went to a games arcade today and there was a guy zooted out of his badonk playing VR and getting paid because he works there. He said he does it every day. We all have something to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's rate this person. I don't know if I've ever rated them before, but they're pretty awesome and they're very kind and lovely. So thanks for hanging out with me. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go do some stuff and things. I have to give Anya her meds. And then I have to feed myself. I'm gonna cook the shit out of my vegetables today. I'm gonna get roast vegetables. It's such a dope. I'm looking forward to it, okay? I don't know why it's like one of the things I'm really excited for. I'm gonna get some roast vegetables, some vegan chicken steak, and something else. I've forgotten what. But there's plans and stuff. I'm looking forward to my meal. And then I'm gonna do some recording. I'm gonna clean my house. And I'm gonna snuggle down in my bed and scroll the fuck out of my phone until I fall asleep. Nice, chill, calm day, but I'm so looking forward to the food. I also have watermelon. I love watermelon. It's so crunchy. Oh, and I started growing chilies and they are blooming. They're not like producing chilies yet, but they're like tiny little tiny miny little things, and I'm excited to nom them one day. So I'm growing shit. Well, you have a good day anyway. Be nice to Fifi. She's really nice. Okay. Be good. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.